get to work. Yes! Live on YouTube. This is the Schecter one. That's pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty hot. That's pretty hot looking. It's got some. That's got some style to it. It's got some style. It's got some class. All right. Yesterday off stream, I marked everything that I thought was high priority on our kind of miscellaneous task list. This is what I found to be priority. The boss fight. And these tasks here pop up at the beginning for people that are new to the game if they want to play it in top-down or third person. What I might do is, because some people might be returning to the game, I might make it so instead of us reading if the save file exists or not and then showing this, instead I might make it so we set a Boolean for first-time players, so that way returning players will see this as well, if that makes sense. I should have added text that says the third person might have issues. I didn't do that. So I can't wait to get some negative reviews saying that the third person looks like ass, because some of the levels do kind of look like ass in third person. Yep, that's gonna be good. Yeah. Carmen, hello. I had 2 issues yesterday, a fatal error in the game crash. Can I report that to you somehow? You could probably post it on the Discord. The problem is, yeah, you could post it up on the Discord. You just have to provide enough information. The problem with crashes is... The problem with crashes is it's very difficult for me to figure out why it's crashing. So I would just need a lot of details as to like where it crashed and whatnot. Yeah. Got a big onion. How can I enter the arena mode? Arena mode is like specific levels. So I think the first arena level is in the Miami series. Yes. First one's in the Miami series. So once you unlock this series, then you unlock Back Alley at some point. I want to say you unlock this maybe after finishing chapter 5. And that's the first arena. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, crashes are a tough one. I don't know, it's very difficult for me to figure out crashes. Did I release 1.0? Not yet. It's probably going to be within like 1 to 2 weeks. It really depends when the localization companies finish doing all the localization, and then obviously when I finish all this stuff. But hopefully I should be done by the time the localization is done. Yeah. What's a God Mode Assistant? It's just an editor utility widget. It's nothing special. There's nothing crazy here, to be honest. Okay. I think the number one thing I want to work on is the Toronto boss fight. I tried to push some dude into a stovetop just to try if something happened, and then it crashed. It would be cool to see if that's reproducible, because a lot of the crashes, a lot of the time, are completely random. It's very difficult for me to figure out how to fix it and whatnot. Anyways, difficulty changes the amount of enemies spawned. Let's see if we can figure that out. Is there special interaction with stovetops or anything? No, that's what's That's why I'm thinking, like, sometimes a lot of the time it's like super just random. Sometimes it's just super random. Oh, we pick from a grunt or a merc. Equals 0, we select the grunt character with an RPG. I think it might be good to actually add one more character in here. What would be a fitting in between the grunt? I don't want to do a ninja because that would be too fast. Knife enemy could easily fuck over the player. Grenade enemy could definitely fuck over the player. Probably don't want to do that one. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put another grunt in here. Now, here's why. This means that there's a 2 out of 3 chance that it's going to be a grunt versus a merc, which then means that we spawn less mercs. Ideally, on paper, it seems like it would be the, yeah. I'm on Steam Deck. Maybe that's why the error occurred. Was it like, was there a lot of crashes occurring on Steam Deck, or was it just that one crash? How do I get the difficulty that the player is currently in? There is a function, I'm pretty sure. Get session difficulty, which is in the game instance. Two crashes in third person and one in top down. All right, I'll have to look into how I can. I've been for the longest time trying to do research into why the game crashes. And for the life of me, I can't really figure it out. It has to be like a null pointer somewhere. It could be... But could a null pointer cause an immediate crash? That's what I wonder as well. Like, is that actually the case? I don't know. Only when I tried pushing, and not that frequent, in like a 2-hour session 3 times. Okay, so pushing. Maybe that could be the problem. All right. Do you think you're a master at UE? Nah, I don't think so. I just got used to some of the features. That's about it. I just got used to some of the features. 0, 1, 2, 3. So we'll spawn 5 enemies. We'll spawn some less enemies. On the other difficulty, we do 4, 3, and then 2. So then that means there'll be 3 enemies spawning in there. I think that's a good start. How often do you look at something you made in UE and think, fuck, that's good? Not often. Very rare. You have golden. Very rare will I have that moment. Shooting boss with a rocket cancels / stops their attack, resets the heli. Okay, so that would be a kind of a cool thing to put in. So whenever you hit the helicopter, it would stop whatever they're doing. I just got to figure out. I know we had that system in before. I just don't know how to do it. Start next phase? I guess we could call start next phase. Oh, if it's explosion. Okay, so we can check if it's explosion. Explosion! Hey, hell yeah, Cartman. I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm going to try to look into those crashes. I've been looking into crashes for a while now. I can't. It's very difficult for me to figure it out. And I've tried debugging the crashes as well. I've tried to debug them. And even with debugging, I can't fully figure it out. I feel like it has to be a null reference, but I'm surprised that a null reference causes a crash like that, especially considering that blueprint. Maybe that's just how it works. Maybe null references do just cause crashes just like that. If it has to do with the grappling, that could be a good direction. The thing is, I've seen so many people crash, but they just crash at the most random time. I wonder if it's garbage collection. Like, I wonder when we load into another level, should I manually start garbage collection when we're loading? You know what I mean? I wonder if I can maybe pinpoint where some problems are. I don't know. Okay, so let's see if this works. When we hit the... So we got to go all the way to that level, because I don't have a way to go to that level myself, manually. My debug tools kind of suck. Finally got the mage enemies working in my game. I had so many problems with the projectiles not spawning in the correct direction. I had to redo the projectile system. Well, I hope you got it working. Hold on. We don't got time for this. What the? My character, I envision my character whenever I hit that button, he's just like, and then everything dies. Everyone's neck just snaps. It would appear the navigation in this level is still broken. Well, that's good to know. I hope I still have that task. Do I still have that task somewhere? I think that's my graphic settings. When I load into the first level, while I'm bald, my head looks weird. I'm standing in the shadows. It's possible. Are you on the beta branch, Cartman? Or are you on the main vanilla branch of the game? I would assume since you played third person, you're on the beta. Okay. Let's see if we can test this out. Hold on, I want to see if he still continues shooting the grenades. So he's not skipping to the next phase. In fact, I'm a little confused. Because he went straight to grenades rather than the rockets. Where's my event begin play? So start minigun. Okay, start minigun gets called. Then we do 12 seconds, start next phase. Oh, maybe the time. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. And I think it's this. So start next phase. Does it have any spaces in it? It should not have any spaces. It has spaces. Past me! I wonder if this will clear the timer. Well, we'll find out. Does the helicopter boss have a behavior tree? No, it's all done in Blueprint. All just regular Blueprint. Engine fire alert sound. That could be kind of funny. That could be kind of fun. Both with the switch of a button. I don't think controller has the button switch, but there is a button switch. Yeah, it's not set by default. So that's up to you if you want to set up a controller button for that. I didn't because it's just another button on the controller that you might accidentally press, but you as a player can choose to switch that and whatnot. Yeah, you could switch between the perspectives. Like, look, I'm doing it right here. Okay, there we go. Now he's throwing grenades. Okay. I wouldn't mind him entirely pausing. Because he immediately goes into the next phase. Having a little cooldown might be kind of neat. Okay, so what have we done here? We've made it so shooting a boss cancels it. Make the Gatling gun fire slow and then speed up. Fire minigun, looping at 0.1 seconds. Have I played Midnight Fight Express? I played the demo, I think pre-release, before it released. I felt that some of the controls were really weird. That's a lot of grenades. It's the final stage. Which is why I'm kind of balancing it out a little bit. I should probably also perhaps do a checkpoint system so that nobody complains. Hey, peace out, Agonian. Looking forward to the drop? Yeah, me too, man. I am too. So I can finally move on to the next thing. Whatever the next thing might be. I put mine on my mouse button. I think one thing I would like to improve when it comes to switching third person to top down is sometimes the direction you're aiming in top down is not the same as the direction you're aiming in third person. So it kind of like, it's a little disorienting. I wouldn't mind, as a polish thing, I'm not too worried about it right now, but a polish thing would definitely be like making the two consistent between switching. Sports project? A sports game? Football. Football. I'm talking European football. We'll call it brutal ball. You can kill the other players while you're playing. Isn't that just Rocket League? Okay, so my problem right now is the looping timer here. We want to change this time. So we're going to set a timer and then in fire minigun. Wherever that is, here it is. We're gonna increment this. And then current minigun shot. 0.05 minus 0.4 and then clamp it, minimum being 0.1. Whatever. Okay. I finished the level, so I have to go through the fucking thing. Oh, you should get electric nodes. I don't really like the look of electric nodes, personally. So much better in the final version. You can get different move sets and switch on and off the skills you want and don't want, pretty much like with your modifiers. Interesting. Oh yeah, the AI is still broken in here. You know what? I will say one thing. I'm happy with the kick. Because that shit, when it works, it works. And it's just so funny seeing seeing the enemies get hit by a door. Is that psychotic? I guess that's a little... It's just kind of funny. Okay. I wouldn't mind seeing the I wouldn't mind seeing I wouldn't mind seeing the minigun starting up a bit slower. So we're gonna do 0.03. Call of Duty slow-mo breaching? Yeah, but instead of you breaching with a C4, you're kicking the door down. I didn't pay attention to the minigun. Let me hear it now. Yeah, I like that. I probably shouldn't have used that there, anyways. It's got a nice slow build up, so you know what's coming. Oh, taking damage from a grenade also resets. Okay, I'm okay with that. Cool. I think that balances it out quite a bit. I'm happy they didn't go overboard with the ragdoll and keep it somewhat realistic, except when you activate the modifier. I think when it looks somewhat realistic, or at least like slightly above realistic, I think it makes it still feel believable and like weighty, like there's weight to it, which I think is a lot more impactful. Here's the one thing I'm concerned. I think the enemies that spawn in the arena are being counted towards the kill count. I think I would rather them not to. I think I'd rather them not to. Oh, I think they're already set to... I don't remember how that system works. How does that system work when we count up enemies? Ah, damn it. Ah, balls. Don't remember. Can you give us another beard option in the final game? Are you willing to do a Jason Statham? I'm adding a goatee because it was asked for, but what kind of facial hair does Jason Statham have? It's like a 5 o'clock shade? 9 o'clock shade. It's like an 11 o'clock shade. I don't know what this is. It's like a 12 o'clock shade. It's like a 3 p.m. shade. Wu Manchu facial hair. Guys, listen. I'm not going to add a crazy amount of stuff. I could maybe look into it. But yeah, comment looks really juicy. Looks juicy, really. Good job. Thank you. Yeah, it looks good. I think for the next game, I think I'll be able to pinpoint what I can do to make it look better. All right, so hear me out. Where do we track the enemies that have been spawned? I got too much caffeine in me and 2 hours of sleep. Bread, man, bread. Carbs help with soaking in all of that caffeine. So we're getting the value of the leftover enemies plus the instant kills. How do we... So here's something I really don't like about searching in Blueprint, and I don't know if this is fixed in UE5. When you find references of a blueprint that has a specific enum input, you cannot specifically search for that enum input. So for me to find the stat value that adds leftover enemies, I have to look at every single thing that calls add value to stats. I think that's... Oh, I found it. That's got to be, I think, the worst thing. I think it's still the same. I think that's one thing that I'll say. I'll add that to the list of things that one-up C++ versus Blueprint, because I believe C++ you could probably search up, well, the raw text. Does it do that with gameplay tags? Yep, it's just the raw thing, add gameplay tag. It doesn't show you the input of what's in that function. I will say that is one thing that I think is a big one-up on top of Blueprint. And I think as you get into much larger projects, being able to search through your project to look for things very quickly without wasting your time is a huge time saver. So I will say, I think there are enemies that I don't want them to count within the tag. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a specific separate tag. Valid for stats, I guess. Is this by default true? Is it default true? I hope. We're going to find out. Okay, good. This time it actually worked. Wow. Crazy. If it is not valid for stats, we're going to add a unique tag called invalid stat. And then in the counting up section here, actor has tag dead. Let's do not, because that reads better. I can actually like read this. And I think if you duplicate it, it counts as a copy paste. So I'm just gonna have to fucking do this. Let me just double check. Is it invalid stat with an S? Nope. So we want it to not have dead, and you want it to not have invalid stat. If it does not have both of these, then we count it as a leftover enemy. All right, there we go. So that means the enemies that get spawned by the helicopter boss will not be valid for stats. Now, the reasoning why I'm doing this is because it could completely fuck you over, and that's not fun. And honestly, we should probably do this for a couple other levels as well. In this case, the enemies just keep spawning. So I think we should probably do this for the cathedral. I don't know if we constantly spawn enemies in the cathedral, but honestly, we probably should count this one in the cathedral as well. I think I might do that, actually. Priest boss. The Dust 2 clone. Should I count the enemies in the Dust 2 one when they keep spawning? I feel like that's kind of part of the challenge, is you're kind of sticking around for as long as you can. But I could see that being extremely frustrating. I could definitely see it being very frustrating, especially considering it's randomized. So this is spawning basic enemies. There's another one that spawns elite enemies. I'm going to make it so the elite enemies count. Oh, fuck. Do these elites attack the... Okay, they do attack the player. I'm just doing it manually. I'm going to make it so the elites, because these are set enemies, these are going to count. I'm going to make the basic enemies not count for the cathedral boss. This would be good stuff to put in the patch notes. Anyways. This would probably be a good change to put in the patch notes, but I'm too fucking lazy, so I'll just let people experience it themselves. Have the explosion kill count toward the player progress? I think it does technically count towards the player progress, funny enough. So this is done. That's done. I'm going to delete this because I don't care. Because I think we already put in the patch notes, reworked boss in Toronto to spawn enemies with RPGs and take bullet damage. Grenades can still be kicked at it to deal damage. I think it didn't for me. I'm going to change it anyways because I think it is a good change to do anyways, so... I think it will make the game less frustrating, especially in scenarios where... I think in this scenario, so if we look back at the cathedral boss, I think this one doesn't make sense because they're random. This one makes sense because they're set in stone. Like, hey, on the first stage, we spawn 3 enemies. In the second stage, we spawn these 4 enemies with the exact same type, right? So it's consistent. I think this is okay. Yeah. Every day you say you're finishing game. I am finishing game. I'm finishing game. When you say you're finishing a cake, do you say you're finishing the cake when you're finished the cake or while you're eating and finishing the cake? We are getting pretty close to done. We're getting pretty close to done. A lot of it is just polish, making the levels look a little nicer in third person. Really, that's like ultimately what it is. Bug fixes. When does preparing turn into finishing? Yeah, we're not preparing, though. Preparing would mean that we're planning towards finishing. But in this sense, we are actually finishing. Yeah, but in that scenario, the cake does actually get finished. Yeah, all right, motherfucker. All right. All right, motherfucker. Listen here. I'm finishing my cake too, okay? Where am I? Yeah, I think this one's okay. So this one we do not count towards the stats, the random enemies, but the elites will count it. I think that's a good change that I don't have on my board. Do I need to have it on my board? No. There's so many different C4s. Spawn actor from... Wait, how do I spawn an enemy? How am I spawning enemies in here? I'm doing good though, Fi. How are you? Oh, overlap enemy spawn sequence. This should be default to true. Okay, but then the C4 map, we will make it false. Yeah. There's a hole down the stairs. Yeah, I did that last night. I already fixed that last night. I also fixed a bunch of other shit that you posted on the Discord, so that should also be fixed as well. Well, most of it, I believe. You know, hard game. How can I learn blueprints completely? Is there a place where you can find out? Completely. Well, to be honest with you, I don't know what you mean by completely. Even I don't know blueprints completely, and I've been using it for 10 years. I don't know. I think the best way to start is to just start. Just try to make stuff. That's probably going to be your best way to learn stuff. Whenever you find a need to make something, you try to look up maybe a tutorial, take a little piece of the tutorial, and then try to do it on your own. And then you slowly build up brain muscles for it. That's Dust 2? No, it's not. It's called Rush B. The level's Rush B. It's Rush B. All right. Oh yeah, the AI navigation mesh is still broken in Club 2. Why? I don't know. It probably fucking hates me. Because it's Unreal Nav Mesh. Yeah! Oh, would you look at that? It's there. And it exists. But for some reason, the enemies don't work. I'm going to delete it. And then I'm going to rebuild it. And that's probably going to fix it. Alternatively, let me open up the persistent level, which opens up literally every single level in the entire game. I can code my game professionally, not perfectly. Like you can currently hard game, or you want to code your game professionally? I wonder if that'll unbuild all the lighting because I saved all of those levels. Let's find out. No, I don't think so. I swear, if this doesn't work, can you do in the final version the arena mode / survival mode as an internal extra feature? So you can access some right from the beginning. Once you reach the Miami series, after that, all of the arena levels unlock with the series. So, like for example, when you unlock Sydney, it unlocks the first arena mode and then the one right after that. So as you play the game, it like starts exposing the arena levels. I think the problem with the arena mode though is all of the arena levels, are they still broken? I think they want to know how to use Blueprint like a real dev. There's no such thing. You just figure out how to write readable code. that doesn't lag the entire game. That's about it. Readable, scalable code. That's about it. How to use Blueprint like a real dev? Don't use Blueprint. Yeah, I guess you could say that too. So, why does this specific level have broken nav mesh? Ha ha ha. This is what I mean, man. I fucking hate pathfinding. Did I buy the assets I used in my game, make them myself, or have them made? All of above, technically. I had an animator that made some of the animations in the past. I used marketplace assets. I also make stuff myself. I edit some of the marketplace assets myself as well. So, a bit of everything. Auto spawn missing nav data? Is this a default set to true? Why is it That's probably not the problem. What is the problem? Let's go to the persistent level. I think maybe we can figure it out. I just gotta find this level. Maybe the level is inside of like a box or something, and it's causing it to not get built in this area. Maybe there's like a building inside of it. I actually can't find the level. There must be a building inside of it. But then that begs the question, why do these have collision? Where's the club? Where the club at? I think that's maybe the problem. Don't build a forest with 4K assets that have shadows on all the foliage like me and Crash Engine. In my opinion, blueprints are good for getting into game development in your first few projects. Eventually, you'd want to move over to code. I think ultimately, end game should always just be. We don't have any navigation here, even though I don't remember changing anything. I think ultimately, in my opinion, the end game should be just find ways of using both effectively. Oh my god, is that why the train station's broken? is because we actually build the navigation on the persistent level. Aha! No wonder that guy spawned on the escalator. I figured it out! Some fucking bullshit, man! Where the hell am I? Oh my goodness. That was a mistake. Is the idea in the game better or the graphics? Is the idea in the game better or the graphics? I think the graphics in my game sucks balls, personally. I don't really know if idea matters. I think what matters at the end of the day is, for me, my opinion, a lot of people say it's the gameplay that matters. My opinion is the entire game matters. I know that doesn't really help anything, but that, in my opinion, is the best way of looking at it. I think the entire game matters. Here we go, time to lag. Because I got this fucking box here. It has navigation built on top of it. So that's what's going on. It doesn't care about the navigation that I build in the sub-level. It only cares about the navigation, which is weird because the club level should be fine. Doesn't mean we have a lot of useless navigation space being built all over the place. It's pretty fucking rough, man. I'm not gonna lie. Now, you're probably wondering, well, Crimson, why the fuck did you do all of this work like this? Well, that's because for some stupid reason, now, it would help if I just changed over this entire system to be level-based rather than using the entire persistent level as one whole thing. That would probably help. That would probably help. But the campaign series loads this entire big level. Actually, not the entirety. We switched over, I think the only ones we switched over are the first chapter. And I was planning on doing this whole switch, but it would have been a ridiculous amount of work. Let's just get this working first. Get the nav mesh working. And then I'll be happy. What I'm surprised by, though, is that this used to work just fine. So why is it no longer working? Get a Barclight. I think microtransactions matter. That guy's an executive at a firm. There's only one way I could see this being broken. There is a nav modifier encompassing this entire area. That is causing it to not build in this region, which I think I've added one in here before. I think I know exactly what's going on. Oh. I know exactly what's going on. There we go. I'm going to delete that. Why do you even have that? So here's a little lesson, at least what I've experienced. The nav mesh that you put into, so if you have one persistent level that then loads a lot of sublevels, the persistent level has to be the one that keeps track of the nav mesh, based off of what I've experienced, at least in this version of UE 4.26. If you don't have a nav mesh bounds encompassing the entire level, or all of the play spaces in the persistent level, the parent, the nav mesh doesn't work properly, or it does not work consistently. Now, that nav modifier that was here, that was because that nav modifier is in a different level, and I guess because it was in a different level, it was also removing all the navigation in here. Which is fun. It's great. It's fantastic. It's just an old system, Arclight. It's a very old system. Our old system involved it involved us using the persistent level and then loading all the levels, basically putting all the levels of the campaign series under one thing. Obviously, now we've completely changed how we load levels. It doesn't make too much sense. I did start working on basically revamping it, but I didn't give a shit after a bit. So level 1, the first levels are actually, I don't think they're technically supposed to be in here anymore. And hopefully they didn't break by them being in here. These first 3 levels, which is the first chapter, I did end up doing that and putting it into its own level and stuff like that, so... Just old workflow. Old workflow. Old workflow. So now the club should have navigation, albeit doesn't look very pretty. Should function as normal though. That's a headache and a half, man. That's a headache and a half. So what we can do... Should also delete train ride out of here. Don't really know why it's still in here, because we don't really use that level anymore. Not going to test it? I'm going to test it. The one thing I'm going to do first, though, is I'm going to go into the rooftops level, and I'm going to try to remove navigation on the floor section, which does not matter. I don't know why any of it has navigation. I think it was because they're all separate pieces. Yep. This is the old workflow as well. Before we had the whole instance mesh system and everything. Yeah, that's all old stuff. All of this has collision. Definitely not the cleanest thing in the world. Definitely not the cleanest thing in the world. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn off navigation. We're going to also turn off collision because it's kind of just not needed. Like if an enemy falls to the ground and they fall through the ground, I think it's fine. I guess what we could do is do custom, ignore everything but physics body. And that's fine. But to be honest, I don't think people care too much. The buildings. Another additional headache. Turn off the collision. And also turn off the navigation. Great. This is what game development is actually really about. This is what it's really actually about. So let's see, that selects the top roof. But we have all of this random bullshit being accounted for. Go to the left. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't deselect with the selection box in Unreal. Ah, of course. So if I wanted to deselect this, the ceiling, the roof, well, I can't because fuck you, I guess. You can't tell me that Unreal does not have a UX problem. I don't give a shit what you say. You can't tell me it does not have a UX problem. That's your fault for not grouping things together. Okay, well, now we have a bunch of point lights enabled, so I can't bulk select just the static meshes. It's still selecting the spotlights. Brother, are you fucking kidding me? Some of these are casting shadows and I'm concerned. Okay. I swear I went through this and I kind of optimized them a little bit. Okay, so if I set these to hidden, it's still selecting something. I don't know what it's selecting. Is it selecting the sky? The sky doesn't have collision. What are those green boxes? Decals. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Now it's just selecting static meshes. In theory, by doing this, we should be able to technically save a bit of performance, a bit of computation performance, I would assume. I've selected something else now. Something that is not a static mesh. I think it's the electrical cables. Okay. Oh, God. Old Crimson is weird. I like New Crimson better. Yeah, using instance meshes definitely fucking comes in handy, eh? Definitely comes in handy, doesn't it? It selected something. The fuck did it select? The nav mesh. You get the fuck out of here, man. Come on, bro. I'm being trolled. Now, I don't know how much this would assist with performance. I would assume a little bit at the very least, disabling collision on a bunch of objects that we don't really care for. You know what would be another, what we should have done is also turned off dynamic shadows on all of these objects. Now that would have been an additional optimization, is just completely turning off dynamic shadows. I didn't do that, so fuck me, I guess. Why is there a random electrical cable? You can't even see it because it's not even in view distance. Is there a way for me to select any objects that does not have collision? Is there a Interesting. I did not know that was a thing. Socket ID name. Very interesting. I did not know that was there. Oh, layer. Cool. Alt F4? Yeah, honestly. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Not that I'm aware. What the fuck is invert select? Please, there has to be an invert select. I'm going crazy. 10 years of using this shit, and I want to fucking... I want to... Oh! I'm gonna erupt into a fucking ball of flame. There's no invert select in Unreal? I hope there's a real like survival mode to it, not just like kill 10 waves and you're done. Unfortunately, that is just the arena mode. I don't really have like a survival mode like that. And I can't promise that getting into the game, to be honest. Well, I am, because what I would have done is, what is it? This? I would have selected everything in here and then just inversed, because this is the only stuff I care about. God, I fucking... This engine makes me want to fucking slam my head into a wall. Is this a Super Hire map? It is, yeah. It is. It is. The moon is set to static. So none of this needs to cast dynamic shadows. I guess here's what we can do. Let's select the big buildings. That's at least a good optimization because those are huge. Let's turn off dynamic shadows on these. I can't type. Good first optimization. Then let's go ahead and select all of these. Oh god, it's selecting all the decals again. Suit for Hire sounds like a good name for your game. You should use that. That's true. Oh shit, it selected all of it. Did I not hide the decals? I did not unhide them, even though I thought I pressed Control H. Interesting. I control click it to deselect it, and it just deselects everything? Oh, wow, wow, wow. Okay. No wonder people kind of just like hate Unreal Engine. When it comes to shit like this, it's just like, okay, I clearly put my box over that. All right, thank you. Thank you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't blame people for not liking the engine. I get it. I get it. It's just... He's finally the reason why I'm not a huge fan of Unreal. I still like the engine. I think there's just work that can be done. Eduardum, how's it going? Welcome. It has issues that they never resolve. I think it's because they expect you to work in a different way, which I think is the problem. They expect a specific workflow. And in my opinion, specifically expecting a workflow and not being flexible enough to allow users to kind of figure out their own thing, I think is part of the problem. You know what I mean? If you're not like flexible enough to kind of allow and facilitate different kinds of workflows and whatnot, I think for some reason some of these are affecting navigation. That one's really scaled. I don't know why. We got a little tiny bulb. That thing does not need dynamic shadows. Now, I don't know how much this optimizes the scene. If something is not affected by dynamic light, does it matter? I don't know. But better safe than sorry, I guess. Like, I think it doesn't matter. Because we don't have a big sunlight anymore. But who knows? Excuse me, wasn't there a planter here that I already worked on? There's another planter here. There's a planter within that planter. 3, 2, 4. Never mind. Never mind. Which one was it? Maybe there isn't a duplicate. Maybe I'm just going crazy. I swear I thought there was a duplicate. Time to switch to FPS Maker. My friend is trying Godot. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever switch engine. Just because I'm too used to Unreal. It's just that I understand that I'm not going to be one of those people that glazes Unreal constantly. It just has issues that I think they should fix. I think ultimately it is my own issue for having these shitty floor pieces. Luckily, they're only one-sided. So yeah. He's too used to blueprints. Godot is none, unfortunately. I am going to start leaning into C++ more. That's going to be my next goal, is really starting to get some more C++ going. Got the most prestige attached compared to Unity and Godot. Prestige? Like Unreal does? I don't really know why these floor pieces exist. Or those. No gamers turn their nose up at Unreal games, at least that I know. I don't know if that's true. I think literally Unreal is the, you know how Unity used to get shit on all the time? I'm pretty sure Unreal is the one being shit on all the time now. I'm pretty sure people are literally calling all UE5. They're calling literally blanket slate all games made in UE5. They're calling it Unreal slop. So I don't know if that's entirely true. If Valve went open source, we would all switch, and don't likely wouldn't. I probably wouldn't. I think I'd try it out. But give me a second. I'm gonna get some water, and I'm gonna go to the restroom. So here's some gameplay. Hello. There are some amazing proprietary engines like idTech 8, Decima, Valve's tech. Here's the thing about all that tech. If it were to go public and you suddenly were able to use it, unless they have internal documentation from their teams showing off that tech, chances are they are not obligated to help you at all with their shit. And like there's a high probability all of that internal tech is very specifically used for their use case. And if you were to try to use their tech for a completely different use case, chances are you're probably going to run into issues similar to how you run into issues with Unreal Engine's tech. Unreal tries to be very, you know, they do try. I can see their efforts. They do try to cover every angle that they can in some aspects. with like when it comes to internal proprietary engines, they're probably like a lot of times very like specific, which is why it's so optimized. It's because it's so specific, right? So I think it would be a pain in the fucking ass to probably work with, honestly. Unless you just wanted to make like let's say you were using id Tech to just make another Doom mod, and you know. Yeah. But yeah, in terms of Unreal slop, I think literally every single time I hear about Unreal Engine 5 in any sort of gaming stream, like Lyric, Summit, whatever, chatters are literally just calling it all, they're just like, can't wait for more Unreal slop. It's very specifically the term slop. That is like the common terminology. I bet you if you search that up on Google and saw usage of word slop, it's like gone up, especially with AI and everything. People are just so misinformed that they just think it's all UE5 slop. And then some people are so misinformed to the point where they think all games on UE5 are made with AI, I guess. It's interesting. It's an interesting time we live in. It's very much an interesting time we live in. 2 more years of development and stream will be obstructed by a bunch of gameplay videos. What am I going to show for the next game? When I start working on the next game, do I like, what do I do? Do I just have to make new gameplay videos? I think anybody that hates on game engines, just don't listen to them. I think it's just a common... I don't know why this became a thing. I don't know why. I feel like in the past 15 years, instead of us just critiquing the video game, we for some reason now critique the people working on the video games and then the tools that they're using, even though a lot of the people that are critiquing the tools don't at all know what they're talking about. It's very weird how we've shifted to talking about, the dev team is stupid, rather than just being like, the game has stupid shit. Like, you know what I mean? It's an interesting thing. I don't know. I watched Asmongold telling devs what to do, and I'm too old to pick that fight. Yeah, don't even bother, man. Don't even bother. Some don't even understand the difference between procedural and AI. Some people don't even understand when there's like, I literally saw a tweet recently. They're talking about AI behavior for their game. And a lot of people just kind of misconstrue that for, oh, you're using ChatGPT for your AI. They don't understand what they meant by AI behavior. Brother, I need, you know how a car has like fucking, what are they called? That thing, what's that called? What are those called? Sweepers? Sweepers. I need sweepers for my fucking brain. Okay? To clean off the bullshit that I have to read. Wipers. Whippers. Whippersnappers. I need some wipers in my fucking brain to just wipe this bullshit sometimes. Sometimes the shit that I read, man. I should be getting paid for mental harassment by some of these tweets. All right? Yeah. People just critique the default shaders in the UE5, and they think that makes Unity games special because they have to put some effort in the shaders. I don't know. Wipers. Yeah, wipers. I think they're wipers. The one that for, like, rain. I need that pen from the Men in Black. Yeah. Look here. What are those things that Cars has? He asks while making sus hand gestures. What do you mean? How is that sus? I ain't no Elon Musk, okay? It's a pretty self-explanatory hand gesture that I made. All right, where the fuck I am? Rebuild lighting. Because for some reason it unbuilt. I don't know why it did, but it did. Hey, Abu, how's it going? It's an interesting time we're in. Honestly, I think I'm learning. Whenever there's any arguments when it comes to game engines or anything like that, or what tool's better, I just stay away from it with like a 10-foot pole. I'll stay in my lane. I will just critique Unreal because it's what I use, and I just want it to get better from a UX standpoint and whatnot. And partially the reason why I'm using or want to learn C++ is, okay, if the change won't come, then maybe I can try to be the change and create the change myself. Hopefully. That said, I really do not want to install another source code version of Unreal. Trying to switch this game to the source version of 4.26 was a nightmare. And it really didn't fix anything. It just broke things. So that's great. One of my friends came to me saying that a revolutionary mod came out recently for spaceships that fly around PlanetSide and Starfield. I think the reason why there's no PlanetSide travel in Starfield is because it's all just instance levels. That being said, I don't know how it functions, but I bet you it's because the cities and little actual play zones of the map don't make any sense on a planet, because I don't think the whole planet is playable, right? It's just like little zones. So that's probably why there's like instancing there and whatnot. Am I planning to build a new game engine? No. Modifying Unreal, just modifying it. Like, for example, the selecting that we just had an absolute pain in the ass dealing with, you know? If I had enough skills in C++, I would love to be able to just go in there and just add in my own kind of selecting system or something. What's the name of this task listing website? It's called Notion. It's called Notion. I was already hyped for a suit engine. Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. That's probably not gonna happen. You're making a joke about the loading screen in Starfield. How does it work in Starfield? Because I didn't play it. I didn't really care much for it. When you load into a planet, does it just automatically land the ship? Because if that's the case, I think it's just a case of the whole planet is not actually explorable. It's just sections of the planet. Yeah? Okay, that's my assumption. Does glass need a metal value? Can it have volume shaders? Why is everything in Unreal so convoluted? I wouldn't say it's convoluted. It's just try it out. See if it looks good with a metallic value. Making glass is going to be just the same in any other engine. You're going to be doing a bunch of... It's all smoke and mirrors. It's not going to be like real. You're just going to come up with stuff that makes it look good. Hey, Scotty. The same as Morrowind / Oblivion / Skyrim with hidden load screen. Yeah, exactly. You go into a cave. It's not like you connected to the cave. It's the cave in a completely different separated area that's not even connected to that doorway that you just went through. It just like how any level loading system works. I would assume the planets are just the same in Starfield, if anything. Anyways, end of take. Bethesda sucks. Anyways, moving on. Yep, so moving on. Moving on. Economy talk? Nah. Is economics next? No. So brave for saying that. I know. I know. Actually, we'll keep that there. Actually, we won't. Actually, we will. Actually, will we? I don't know. Maybe. Will we? I don't know. No. I'm gonna just get it out of here. It's making my list look big. It's making me intimidated. A smaller list is a happier life. Now it looks like, oh, dude, you know what it looks like? It looks like those rocket ice creams. It's got the right colors and everything. You know what I'm talking about? Ho, ho. You know the one that's basically just straight up sugar? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Someone knows who I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah. This just reminded me of an article PC Gamer put out. By the way, PC Gamer, lol. Talking about why there's so many loading screens in Starfield. They asked the lead designer and he said they did it because there's so many physics-enabled objects everywhere, they can't have them all loaded in an open world at the same time, which makes no sense. It's a stupid excuse if you don't know anything about memory. Can't physics objects sleep? And then does that... Can't physics objects just sleep? I know in Unreal there's a sleeping system, but I don't know what it entails when it sleeps. Krim, I have news. Flick, what's the news? Today I found out I had to pay $400 for electricity. It was insane. What happened to your electricity? 5 push-ups. What does that even mean when sleep? Does that mean they can be awoken? Yeah. There's literally a whole thing for an object waking up. When it comes to physics, I guess objects can start as sleeping. And I suppose what sleeping means is there's no velocity or there's minimal amount of velocity. I think you can change those numbers and it will basically not simulate. Or it won't be as high cost as it would be, I guess. I don't 100% know how it works. I've run into issues with physics objects in my own game, and so I've tried to kind of stay away from them at times as well. Most of the time I just end up simulating physics when I need it. So, yeah. Sleep means the simulation can skip over that object for that tick. There you go. There you go. Turns out the plan I had didn't account for peak usage times, and because CA's horrible electrical system can't handle that, they charged me a flat rate across the board. Damn. Life is crazy, huh? Life works in crazy ways. Why does the lighting here look like fucking ass? Why does the lighting here look like Ass. Wait. This floor. There's a lot of puddles missing. Let's see. Select all the same material. Well, time to rebuild the lighting, I guess. Well, Ripper, it's Friday finally. I hate Fridays. Because then it just reminds me, hey, it's a new week. And the game's still not out yet. The more puddles a game contains, the better its graphics will be. I've always said it as a joke, but it low-key is kind of true. Gamers think graphics equals reflections. Like, I say that as a joke, but it's kind of low-key the truth. Look at Batman. Batman. Okay. Latest Batman game. Now, I'm sure there probably were other visual effects, but people were comparing the Dark Knight, I forget which one it was, the Night Asylum, whatever the fuck, to the latest game, and they were comparing a flat scene that had no rain to a scene that was raining, because I think in the game it was always dark and it was always raining. So everywhere was super reflective. There was puddles everywhere and everything, but the other game did not have that, and they judged that. Yeah, Arkham Knight. Let's see. Arkham Knight graphics versus, let's see if I can find the fucking post that people were comparing. Let me see if I can find the post. Now, I'm sure there's other things that probably made it look better, but yeah, here it is. I'm telling you, man, when a game looks more wet, it's people look at that and they're like, graphics! Graphics! I'm sure there were other things that made it look better, but it's wet! Isn't that a whole thing? Like Puddlegate or some shit? I'm sure there were probably other issues, but it's just funny seeing that the thing that really drives this in this one is the emissives interacting with wet floor, very wet floor, which almost seems borderline incorrect PBR values, but who gives a shit because it looks good. Versus puddle, but not glossy floor. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, this one strikes me better, but not because of the reflections. I think it's just because there's more that pops out at you from a color standpoint. And also because Batman. And Batman is cool. I also think there's that part as well, as people kind of just hated this game, I guess, because it was just different versus this one. And maybe they just kind of created a narrative for that as well. Yeah. Specularity, normal map. Video games, baby. All right, there we go. There's a really big shadow here. I'm not a fan of. I think it's a building. casting a shadow or something. But whatever. You know which game has good BBRs? Stalker 2. If you look at it up close, isn't Stalker 2 like mostly oh, Stalker 2. The latest Stalker. You're more, I'm not reading that. Yep. Yeah, I'm not reading that one. Anyways, that level should now work with navigation. I know we kind of went on a little bit of a tangent. There we go. I saw that guy walking around. All right, it works. Oh, God. Oh, I didn't have God mode. Oh, the distance field lighting is causing quite a bit of... You know, it'd be cool, a Max Payne slow-mo mechanic. We have one. You just click the button and it slow-mos. So apparently the skylight's extremely expensive. And I think it was saying the DFAO was causing it to be expensive. Where can I optimize this a little bit? Like, I guess turning off cast dynamic shadows? But I don't really see that happening anywhere. Like, I guess I could just turn it off. Because it seems like it's not doing anything. Slow motion reminds me of Max Payne? Yeah. No, not the reflections. In fact, speaking of which, I don't think this skylight's doing anything. Never mind, it is. The skylight is causing a little bit of cost. It's costing a little bit. It's a little costly. I don't know if I can preview it here. I don't know why that was so high. Do I have a cheat sheet with all the PBR values for all the types of materials? Nah, I don't really follow the actual accurate PBR values for stuff like gold and whatnot. Like, I just look at what, like, looks good. If it looks cool and looks good and fits the aesthetic, then I just go for it. And now we don't get that weird, ridiculous... Oh, here it is. Shadow depths. The helicopter boss is lagging the game. In fact, I am currently lagging, like, ridiculously. Because of the light on the helicopter? No, that doesn't have cast shadows turned on. And it said it was a shadowed light. And distance field lighting. It's not telling me what in the distance field lighting that's causing it to be expensive though. Hopefully you become a millionaire that you can hire all of us and we'll make any game you want. Well, for one, I don't think I'd become a millionaire. For two, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't know if I'd hire you guys. It depends. It depends. Oh, that light is casting a shadow. Oh, no fucking wonder. That's probably unnecessary. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's unnecessary. Then we got point lights. These don't cast any shadows. I can bring you coffee? Alright, you're hired. Yeah, alright, you're hired. Okay. I'll take it. Affected distance field lighting. I think because of how much this moves, we actually don't want this to affect distance field lighting. Just for my sanity. Let me see the body as well. Okay, turned it off. Okay. I don't know if that'll help. We'll see. One day you'll play a game I make. Mark my words, it'll be a puzzle game, so I hope you're smart. I'm not a puzzle game kind of guy, so... Something's going on begin play that's causing it to be extremely laggy. Is it something around me? Stat, game. Is it lagging again? I think it's to do with the grenades. You guys see that? It was like lagging a shit ton during the grenades. What is it called? Stat unit? Oh, there we go. Stat unit. The grenades are casting shadows? Oh yeah, dude, it's 100% the grenades. But why? And why so suddenly is it causing such an enormous issue? I don't see. I think I might want to keep that on. I don't know. I don't see anything that could cause this to be so costly. The cost was shadows. Like, we do all these references to stuff, but that should load in on startup. But that wasn't causing any issues before. So I don't know, man. Is it the rocket circle? This thing's not even that expensive. Not doing anything crazy. Loading in, we have a little bit of a moment of lag. Okay, let's see, the grenades. Did the size of objects or modifiers grow from the past? This is weird. Is there something in tick on this thing? I actually don't know why that is causing us to lag so hard. Which is funny because we just like optimized the whole level. Well, maybe it didn't work too good. Try and get a debugger out. It's weird, because when I did the GPU view, it was saying the shadow casting was causing a hit. Now I'm pretty sure, wait, didn't we just turn off cast dynamic shadows? Don't tell me by turning that off, I actually made shit worse. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, in the GPU view, it was showing that the helicopter boss was causing issues. And I would assume it's because the grenades are owned by the helicopter boss. So these are fine, and I'm pretty sure that's using the same rocket circle decal that the grenade uses. What the hell? That's because there's a helicopter here in the beginning. We're not lagging anymore. God, this doesn't fucking help me. Is it the explosion effects? But the explosions don't occur until a certain point. The biggest one I'm looking for is if there's anything that's using light, because those are a no-go. And I think it's technically considered concrete. Maybe it's asphalt. Let's check default. Nothing in here seems to be using light. How do you check if something's casting shadows? Is there no like setting in here for things that cast shadows? But the lag wasn't occurring. So when we pause the game, so hear me out. When we paused the game, the FPS went back up. And then when we unpaused it, it went back down to 30. So I think there's got to be something in the event tick or something going on maybe in this timeline. But all it's doing is setting the scalar parameter value of this dynamic material. How is it spawning that? It's just spawning it with spawn actor from class, but I don't think spawn actor from class would suddenly cause that huge of damage. Damage! It doesn't even actually set itself to the owner, oddly enough, so... Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on, I'm gonna be honest. This is like randomly out of nowhere. I bet you if I restart my engine, it's probably gonna be fine. Turn it off and back on again. Well, we could try that. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'd say check if there's something take over your CPU or RAM besides the game dev editor. I don't think it would eat it literally right when I spawn the boss grenade. Oh shit, I'm still getting bad FPS. Oh. Did my attempt at optimizing things actually do the opposite? Okay. Let's see. What? Rooftop spotlight 27? Spotlight 27? That is where he's dropping the grenades. I'm just gonna make this static. Like, I don't really care enough to deal with a optimization issue that big. Oh, it's just casting shadows on the grenades. I made the grenades turn off cast shadows, so we'll see. I'll just set this light to static. We'll just bake it in, and we'll see what happens. It doesn't provide enough value for it to even be stationary, to be honest, so it's fine. That heli's dangerously close to the roof would be a shame if someone kicked those bombs back at it. People hated that gameplay, which is why I put the RPG in. People hated that gameplay. They're like, this shit's too arcadey. It's disgusting. I think there's like at least like 2 to 3 negative reviews specifically pointing at that boss. Or this boss, I guess. I remember a time where I had to take notes during my playthrough of Myst. Ah, the good old days. Overlaps with another light. I believe that is one of the only movable lights in the scene now. Or well, one of the last. Supposedly the last one is this big rectangular light. That's about it. And one of these floor lights. This one is apparently set to stationary, but without cast shadows. I don't really know why. Whereas all of these other ones are static. Probably could change that one. But let's change this big one because this is way too big of a light. Way too big of a light. Suit 2+2 Higher, the sequel will be a Myst clone where you're investigating the events of Suit for Hire 1. Hey, a murder, like a detective murder game within the realm of like Myst style stuff, that would be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. I could see that being kind of cool. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just envisioning it in my head and I think it's cool. But it's not really cool. I don't know. You know, after seeing blueprints, I think games like that are sick, man. You know, after seeing blueprints, puzzle games and stuff like that, like that, it's extremely intriguing. For some reason, it's maxing me out at 72 FPS. Can you... Unreal, do you mind fucking off? Now it's 120. Still, when we start up the game, it's extremely laggy. I don't know what we changed. Maybe it's because I'm in third person. They seem to stop right here. I don't know if the enemies are bugged. Maybe the navigation over here is fucking broken. No. Oh. The grenades are still lagging the game. If I pause the game, it's fine. When I let the game run... So here's the thing. I see game jump up to a really high millisecond count. Post tick component update and recreate. I'm going to rerun that. Post tick component update. What's the part of it doing for the grenades? The thing is, the grenades never caused this issue. Unless I suddenly updated it. It's time to open up Paint. Post tick component update goes to 33 ms, and then recreate is 33 ms. The call count is 5. I would assume that's because there's 5 grenades. Post tick component update. What is that? Post tick component update. And then the tick time also went up. Post tick component update. Did I change any of the tick settings in here to something else? Pre-physics, during physics, pre-physics, during physics. What? Um... Post tick component update. I actually don't know what recreate is happening once. Post tick component update. Like I am seeing something here in the tick settings. Wherever the fuck that went. Of it saying during physics. But these are default. Let me try setting it. Yeah, it's the default. I don't know, let's try turning off some tick on some of these things because I don't think it's technically needed. I think the UI needs it. The probably don't need that. Projectile mode probably need it. Nav modifier, let's just turn it off, I guess. Let's try that. Static mesh, I guess keep it on because we need it during physics. Let's test that. Let's do a little test. A little testeroo. We still have 30 FPS when we load into the level. Let me also take off gameplay real quick. There we go. Is this issue present in the package version of the game? I don't know. It's when the grenades disappear. So I would argue the grenades are the problem. Something in the grenade is doing some weird shit. I don't know what. I don't remember this ever happening before. What if I turn off tick on everything in here, including the projectile movement? I think it's literally just not going to move around. So I kind of just want to see what that would look like if we turned off tick on everything, including the components. Still get 30 FPS when loading in. Don't know what's going on. What's Rocket Timeline doing? It is just setting the this decal and scaling it up. Albeit, I probably could do a shader setup, not requiring the timeline, but just feeding it the game time. Literally the instant the last one explodes and destroys itself, the FPS goes back up. I don't see anything out of the ordinary with the timeline. We turned off tick on all of this. What I'm surprised by, actually, is this all works just fine when we just turned off tick on all of it? That doesn't make any sense. How did it still work? Wouldn't it have not worked? Disable parts of it until you find what drops the FPS. Let's start with this. Unplug the timeline. Unplug the timeline. Still lagging on startup. Not sure if that's a sign. It's funny because these rockets do the exact same thing, so I don't think it would be this. I would be surprised if it was that, though. Oh, there we go. Post tick component update, recreate. Yeah, it's not the timeline. It's just when they get spawned. Yeah, I might have to do like a full-on profiling for this one. Where's the profiler? What was it called again? In UE4? Was it session front end? I want to say it was session front end. Let me check. Hold on. I don't got that fancy shit that you guys have in UE5. All right, so hit play, data capture, continue, God mode. Obviously my FPS is gonna run at 72, but it's fine. I just need to know what is causing it. Could probably alt tab this. There we go. Now we're running at 120. Done. Turn off the data capture. Would you like to transfer this to this machine? This may take some time. Yes. Okay. Post physics result from this frames. Physics simulation are complete by the time this tick group runs. Good use of this group might be for webs and move traces that will physics objects. As they know when this frame is rendered. Especially useful for things like laser sights and shooting games with a laser beam. In its final position. AI behavior tree? Maybe. I'm at 95%. Hold on. All right, 100%. Load file. Okay. So our problem is right here. Let's see if I remember how to read this shit. We need to find... Which one was it again? Game thread. Post tick component update. Nav mesh rendering? What? Hmm. Are the grenades using the nav mesh? They do have dynamic. Am I using Anim Notify or sound events? It's Anim Notify playing a sound. 100%. How's game dev going today? Well, kind of got punched in the face because of this issue. I think these don't provide me any useful information. I think the only one that will provide me useful information is the game thread. Post tick component update. I don't know what post tick component update even is. It could be the fact that it's updating the nav mesh, but the thing is that wasn't causing an issue before, so now it is? I don't know what recreate is. Nav rendering component. It's just constantly re-updating the nav mesh, the navigation. Weird. This wasn't happening before, and now it is. Very weird. Where's the setting for allow dynamic modifiers? Isn't it in here somewhere? Maybe not? Recast nav mesh. Dynamic modifiers only. Okay, which is the default. Maybe it's trying to rebuild the nav mesh of the entire world, but that's fucking crazy. Because we have that whole nav mesh issue. Disable nav mesh. I'd have to go into the persistent level and disable it there. I'm sure there has to be a better way of disabling nav mesh rather than doing it that way. But let's see. Now that I turned off that one thing with a grenade, I wonder what's going to occur. Did it start when you adjusted the floor for the puddles? That's what broke it all. How do enemies check when there's a grenade nearby them? Event grenade landed nearby. Now, the whole idea of breaking the navigation where the grenade is to stop the enemies from just running into the grenade and dying. But how is this suddenly happening? Let me let's check. Maybe you're right. Maybe we have double navigation, one below and one above. No, we don't. Although that'd be really funny. Imagine. View the reflections when the grenades spawn. Can I turn on reflection view while in game view? I don't know if I can. I don't think I can. I think it's when we change the nav mesh in the persistent world. Kind of fucked it. F3 or F4? I don't know if that's reflection view. I think that's... I think one of them is shader complexity, I believe. We'll check. We'll try it out. Yeah, I really hate having all of the nav mesh loaded in. I think that's what might be happening. It's like reloading all of the nav mesh in the entire level, but even though it's just making assumptions here, but I do think it is nav mesh related. I closed the session front end, of course I did. But recreate seems to be attached to nav mesh related stuff. I don't know, it's kind of fucking weird. Let me see, view mode reflection. Yeah, this is shader view if I remember correctly. Although that is pretty bad, but not our current problem. See, it is rebuilding the nav mesh. Can I make it so the nav mesh doesn't rebuild constantly? Like, we turned off tick on this, which is kind of funny. Let's try maybe pre-physics for this. Or maybe post-physics. I don't know if that would change anything. It's clearly not changing anything. Our nav mesh is heavy. It can be, especially if you're updating them. You could make the grenades not adjust the nav mesh and just have the enemies die in the explosion. They already died from the bullets. Yeah, I could, but like... that would be the thing that I end up doing if I can't figure this out. I would rather the enemies dying to the grenades than shit ton of lag. Still lagging. Okay, so solution number one is delete the nav modifier, because it seems like I can't, unless I set this to none. Does setting it to none fix that problem? And I guess turning off can ever affect navigation. Let's see if, without destroying the component, let me see if I can You're spending a lot of time on this? Wouldn't you? If you have a boss fight, which is kind of like a introductory, almost very early game thing, and it suddenly drops the player's game to 25 FPS, don't you think that is pretty important? It's just weird that this wasn't occurring before and now all of a sudden it is. It's almost like a setting must have changed. But let's see if we just delete the nav modifier. Turn off that. Turn off can affect navigation. And we just let it go. What happens then? Was I changing editor version? No, I did some edits to some stuff in this level, mostly just changing collision of stuff and whatnot. Steps for optimization, and now for some reason this boss just... I missed. Now the boss is for some reason just lagging. Now it's not lagging anymore. It had to do with that navigation. But now the problem is enemies will freely run into the grenades. That at least it's not running at bad FPS. What I'm confused about though, can you set the update rate of the nav modifier? Why is that an issue? Because it just kind of looks a little stupid. It just looks a little stupid if they don't at least avoid it a little bit. You know what I mean? In C++. Oh well. The thing that does suck is that now just any grenade will now do that, but... So it is. Oh well. Resolve that problem to a degree, I guess. Get rid of the ads by running through the grenades the little strat players can use. The thing is, by us turning off the nav mesh on that component, we turn it off for all the grenades. I kind of want the player to explicitly like kick the grenade at the enemy and whatnot for them to do that, but oh well. Now they can blow themselves up, which I don't think it's intended. Yeah. Well, they have a system where if a grenade lands... What is it? On hit, I think? Yeah, we notify the enemies in range. And then that a grenade landed nearby them. And if they're too close to it, they'll try to roll away. So at least there's a little bit of that, but it's not as good. They'll just run into it. And then if they get lucky, maybe they roll out just in time or they just explode, which is going to happen a lot now. So fortunately, that's just how it is. And it doesn't destroy the nav mesh, it just uses dynamic mesh, which obviously is expensive in its own way, but it's weird that all of a sudden it just started occurring now. So... You could add a collision volume around the grenade. Will that stop the AI running into them? That would stop you from being able to kick them at the enemy, and then they wouldn't explode from it. Could you try with less grenades? I think it lags the entire game from the very first grenade and then stops lagging when the last grenade blows up. So then that alarms me. When we shoot glass and break a nav modifier in the persistent world, is that going to suddenly just break the game? In this level, this is a different series of level. It's not a part of the persistent level. However, level 2 is... I'm trying to think of one that could update the collision. This level. The city. Listen, I don't got to... Oh yeah, shit. Did you guys see that lag spike? When I shot that glass? Something with building the nav mesh in the persistent level broke things. Like it just maybe we don't want to build build nav mesh in the persistent. Oh, I don't fucking know, man. I hate nav mesh, man. Why nav mesh so shit? Didn't I always have issues with the glass? No. I recently added a dynamic modifier to the glass so then enemies can run through glass that you break. Specifically the ones that you can run through as well. Okay, so let's see. These glass. Very, very small frame lag. Because I have a system now where when you break the glass, the enemies will allow themselves to run through it. And they will run through it, based off of what I'm saying. They're gonna have a jolly time running through it. What adds the bullet hole when the glass is shot? Is it a decal? I have a whole video on it, on YouTube, going through that whole system. Well, it's the wall system, but it's basically the same thing. Enemies love breaking glass as much as you do. I do love breaking glass. So I think what the problem is the persistent level needs to update all nav meshes in the persistent level, which is fucking psychotic. Let's try something. How can you barely get hit by enemies? I usually just play with God mode on. Damage doesn't tick as such, it only rebuilds when it gets dirty. Yeah, it doesn't really update. It only updates when it needs to, especially when I only have dynamic modifiers. So let's say I delete the recast nav mesh in the persistent world. Will it still keep the nav mesh in the sublevels? I don't think it will, man. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. Can you check if you have the nav mesh rebuilding is on the MT? MT? See, yeah, they don't have navigation now because we destroyed the... Should have it async. I don't know if nav mesh can even be built asynchronously. Let's see though. Hold on. Let me just rebuild it in the persistent world. I think what I'm going to have to do is we need to move the navigation from... We need to do what we did to the first 3 levels, or the first chapter, and do it to all of them. So then all of the levels are not under one persistent level, because I think that's... I think we're just running into more problems. My old workflow is not going to cut it anymore. It might not be in my UE version. It might not be. It's just kind of crazy that we suddenly run into this issue now. Whereas before we did not run into this problem. Maybe... Aha. If set nav mesh data gathering will never happen on the game thread and will only be done on background threads. Sounds good to me. What's next? Maybe it worked because I did... Maybe in the persistent level, my my recast nav mesh had different settings. And when I deleted it or reset it, it must have deleted those settings. And then that must have happened. Let's see if there's anything else that maybe is careful. Only one agent? What do you mean, like one agent type? My mage enemy broke again. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, welcome, man. I guess if you mean the recast nav, yeah, we're just using that. That's it. Why does this keep rebuilding the navigation? Is it resetting the number? I don't even know. It's going so slow. Could be because I don't have it in focus. No, it's just going really, really slow. Try running it with Insights now. I'd have to run it through Session Front End. I don't know if Insights even... Does Insights work on... Insights is the UE5 thing, isn't it? I don't think I have Insights. Is it rebuilding navigation for everything in the project? I think it's just rebuilding this persistent world, which is everything in the persistent level. I suppose rebuilding with that setting takes a lot longer. That much data gathering will never happen on the game thread. It'll only be done in background threads. Yeah, it usually doesn't take this long. Yeah, maybe Insights. I think maybe Insights, they started previewing it in 4.27, but I want to say it's on Source. You have to build it yourself. I think. Could be wrong. Let's see. UE Insights. Unreal Insights documentation. Because our version of Insights would be session front end. That's basically as close as we can get in terms of CPU profiling. Insights is a lot more insightful. I actually wonder, when did they introduce this? Maybe 4.27? Seems like it. Oh yeah, for users who download the UE4 source code and compile it locally. Actually, wait, it might be in the directory. It might be possible that I could actually use it. I don't know, though. I don't know if it'd be as useful as... It might be. I probably have used it at one point, actually. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'd have to go in my, in here. Let's see if I have it. If I even remember where my location is. Engine, binaries, Win64. Then I am looking for Unreal Insights. What does it say? Unreal Insights.exe. Yeah, I think I actually have used this. Scrolling down, everything's UE4 editor dash. I need Unreal Insights. Here we go. Unreal front end. ABCDFG, HID. Yeah. Unreal header. There we go. Unreal Insights. All right. We'll run that in a second. I just got to build the navigation forever. I wonder if I just manually click the build paths button. Maybe it's just bugged. Maybe it's just running really slowly. Do we risk it? Or just let it run through? Because currently it's 25,000. It's taking a little hot minute. What if I just look at the... What if I look at the sky? No. Right, let's try this. Build paths. Let's see if it goes faster when we rebuild it. It usually does not take this long. It should be way faster than this. Guys? Am I here? Am I still here? Guys? 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 It's the music. It's the music, man. What do you mean navigation building completed? What? Oh, hey, would you look at that? What the hell? This shit's fucking weird, man. Ignore the building inside the building. All right. Let's go back to the level we were just in, and let's shoot the glass. I'm in the wrong level. This is literally not the level I was in. There was a bit of startup lag, though. Is the nav mesh rebuilding itself? No, I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe it's loading things? I'm in the wrong level. Why am I in here? Why am I in that level? No, like genuinely, actually, why was I in that level? I want to be in the city level. That one has a breakable glass at least. Yeah, I might start tracing right now to see what's going on. Yep, the instant we shot the glass. When we shoot glass or damage it, it will turn off the dynamic modifier. Dude, everything's kind of lagging a little bit. That was when we opened the door. I think we might have to do that thing I was planning on doing. Which is, remake the game in Godot. Why all of a sudden? I think it's when we rebuilt the nav mesh. Must have fucked up something with the nav mesh. Which somehow caused it to be mad. Let me check the settings. Hold on. Hold on. Let me check the settings. Nah, it's not the bullet decal. Yeah, it is Risk of Rain. Now, I don't know what this is. Let's just play this. Rebuilding navigation again. Nice. All right. This is only during generation. I think there's another setting in here that we want to look into. Force rebuild on load. Get up, Oscar. Sorry, I didn't say hi. We're going through some shit. What's baffling is just how this just kind of occurred on its own. Out of the blue. I'm pretty certain all these settings were different. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Build paths manually. Let me go open up Unreal Insights. Let me hide the stream because I don't know if it's going to show any IP stuff. No, but it shows one of my past sessions when I did this last back in 2024. Let me remember how to do this. I think we have to do this in a standalone game. Enabled by using dash trace. Yeah, let me remember how to do this. Okay, it built. Now let's go to the main menu. You can start from the editor even? I think so, but it has to be in a standalone game because that's the only spot where I can run commands. Unless I can hit play. And then auto start analysis for... Yeah, I think I have to do it from... Pretty sure I have to do it from standalone. Okay, so... Advanced settings. Launch parameters. Dash trace. And then what was the other command? Stat. Named events. Alright. Okay, and then we can run standalone game, and that should start tracing. It's in widescreen. It's extremely wide. Oh, okay. I don't know if it's going to tell me if it's tracing. We're going to assume it's tracing. I feel like it would tell me. Check the folder. Oh yeah, there is one. It's live currently. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay. Good, Kindred, thanks for the raid. Raiding and running. Hey, take it easy, Kindred. Thanks again, man. I'm dealing with good old fun performance issues. Let's see, if I open this door, navigation's fine. Maybe it's just a new problem in the, maybe it's just a new problem in the, just the editor? Because the door changes the navigation, or maybe that door is already green? I don't think it is. I can't tell. What was the button to do it around shift and subtract? Shooting the glass did lag. No, don't mind that. Yeah, I would like to maybe... I would love to maybe... 391 megabytes! What? Hold on, let me make sure my IP's not in here. I don't think it would be. Let's see here, what we got. Um, how do I specify a region again? Like a lookup region? Or do I just zoom in on it? That's when we load a level. Oh, is it just the timeline? Oh, okay. We got a lot going on, man. It's like a healthy slash damaged hard drive partition. I don't know what to tell you. This shit is rough. Hold on. Let's see where the spikes are. This would probably be the best one right here to look at. Look for rebuild. I don't know if it was rebuild. It might be what's it called? Rebuild? Recreate. Let's see, cast tile generator. Can I not set this region here? Can you mark the whole period? Yeah. Go here. Computing, computing. Hmm. Check the last spike. I don't even remember. I think this was, I want to say this was when I tabbed out. Cause like, look at all this stuff and then it just ends. So I think that might have been when I paused and did I pause the game at any point and tab out? I think that's probably what happened here. I should use this more often though. It would be a good thing for me to learn more of. We got this one here. Actually, is this when we broke the glass? 4.7 seconds. This might be when we broke the glass. I think that might be when we broke the glass. Because we did end it right beforehand, if I remember correctly. That I'm not worried about because that doesn't appear in a fucking build anyways, so. You read my message? Wait, which message, Ark? Remember, Bethesda had a solution for this problem in Skyrim. Instead of rebuilding nav mesh to connect together, they have a thing that allows the NPC to transmit from one nav mesh to another. You can jump across things or step up/down to a nav mesh that's higher up or lower down. Those would be called nav links, which we use for some stuff. Is it possible this issue won't have it on package build? It's possible, and probably likely. But yeah, I guess we'll just try it out on the beta branch. We'll see what happens. You can make a flawless robot hand with Meta's EMG wristband if you got a Tesla Optimus hand and hooked it up. Tesla Optimus hand? Fucking send it, I'll try. They removed the async again. That might just make it harder to check the insight. Could be the CPU's tallest. I think it's just the way we're doing the level. If I'm being honest. I think it's just the way we're doing the levels is fucking dog shit. Especially that first level. Let's see your stat unit graph. Stat. Yeah, we'll keep the unit. I don't want to spend too much time on this because we still have so many tasks on our list. We at least fixed the huge problem, which was the grenades causing huge amounts of lag. We at least fixed that. I'm not too worried about it right now. Now that we fixed that issue. Albeit, I'm not sure if I would call it fixing the issue when we just had to remove a thing. Just as, you know, but we'll do some more profiling, I think, at a future date. Can you do dash trace on a shipping build? No, it has to be a development build. Actually, I think you can do shipping build, but I think you have to change a bunch of ship for it to work on a shipping build, right? You have to set, there's a specific setting, I think, that allows it to be traced. This is checking if it is not equal to UE build shipping. No, nav links aren't really related to the problem that we had, at least with, not the problem that we had with at least the grenades causing a huge amount of lag. Now that we fixed that, it's fine. I think I'm just more so confused that all of a sudden the nav mesh is causing that big of a performance issue all of a sudden. But maybe the issue was always there. Meant for the Windows? Yeah, but the thing is, that means every single window I'd have to create that nav link. And I don't think adding that nav link into the glass actor would be a great idea. It would help in some areas, but probably wouldn't be Yeah. For the window, yeah. Like for a window that's like waist height and we can have people vault over, we could put an Avalink there, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Now that we fixed the issue and we're not running down to 30 FPS, I think this is a non-issue and it's fine for now. I'm not too concerned about it now that we fixed that huge problem that we had. So let's get back to working on this other stuff. I think the solution would be taking all of our levels that are a part of one persistent level that requires us to rebuild the navigation on all of the levels, taking that out, doing what we did to the first chapter, and putting them all into their own sub-levels would fix probably a ton of issues, like a ton of performance issues, like everything being loaded in and wherever possible, wherever that happens, and all that sort of stuff. I think that would be... I'd be fine with doing that, and that would probably resolve some of our issues, but I'm lazy. I think I even prepared a bunch of those levels. I think I literally, yeah, right here, all of these sub-levels, I prepared all of them. Or not sub-levels, I prepared the persistent levels. And I just didn't do anything with that. I just don't really know if it's worth it. A lot of time that could be spent on a new game. For all we know, the source of all of these crashes could be the fact that we spawned one big persistent level. I don't know. But honestly, we're going to move on. But I appreciate everybody's help. I really do. Honestly, I should use Unreal Insights a lot more. Or the UE4 version. Because I think that could be pretty good. Yeah. Not a really big concern if you don't dirty a lot of other... Yeah, I think we'll... I think it should be fine. We'll find out. We'll find out what it's like in the shipping build and if there's any issues there. Okay, so let's try to cross out some of these red tasks. Honestly, I think we could get this one done pretty easily. Pop up at the beginning of the game for first startup if the player wants to experience the game in top-down or third person. Let's just get that out of the way. I swear I have like a template for pop-ups. I don't know where it is. Or is that a whole different project? I don't know. It would probably be in main menu, now I think about it. Aha, base pop-up UI. Which honestly kind of fucking useless, but whatever. Global definitions add with tracing logging equals 1 allows you to explicitly opt in to tracing on a shipping build. Not too worried about it right now. Why not have a hotkey toggle like you use in Engine? Or do you already have that in SuFire? You mean toggling between third person and top down? We do have a hotkey for it. It's just on top of that, I want to add like a startup thing for players that are just getting into the game. Whole little neat pop-up thingy. What up, Link? How's the deving going? It's going okay. I think we got a little blocked up by a weird performance issue, but at least we resolved it. I'm a little annoyed that we had to destroy a whole thing, but I would much rather destroy that thing that's kind of, whatever, versus the game going down to 30 FPS. Which randomly out of the blue started occurring. I don't know why, but whatever. Okay, so base pop-up UI. Let's keep that open because I like some of the colors from that one. And then let's see the base pop-up UI. So it's literally just a background blur with a background border with a border with an overlay. Honestly, man. Why don't I just copy this one? Just, like, who cares, dude? Base caution pop-up. New player pop-up, I guess. Oh, I put an extra P. I don't think I have welcome. So, unless maybe I do have welcome in the text. I don't want to add new text for the localization, so I'm trying to use what I got. I don't got anything. So I don't think we're going to give this a title. Unless I just do welcome and it's in English for all languages. Yep. Put a smile waving emoji. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Waving emoji. I don't think this is gonna work. I'd actually be surprised if this works. Yep. Yep, that seems about right. You had welcome suit there? Yeah, but I would have to cut out just the very beginning text and then make a new term for it. And then I'd have to put every whatever. And then I'd have to hope all of the... fuck it. Common terms. Welcome. Localization has made me go fucking crazy. That's not it. Which one is it? Is it not in common terms? Is it in common dialogue? Someone help me out here. Am I going fucking crazy? Select series settings, start new game, third person. Top down. To roll, press. Undo changes, unlock. I'm going fucking crazy. Where's my common terms? Where is it? It's not in here. Oh, perspective question. It's in dialogue. Man, what the hell? This fucking shit. Shit's gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna go insane. Yeah, I could put an image there, but welcome is fine. That's fine. So, first button, instead of continue, it's going to be top down in non-capitals, apparently. I'm going to hate, I swear, if third person's in capitals, don't. Okay. I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm all right. Although I really would rather it be in all caps, but I'm all right. It's fine. It's fine. I can get over it. So this is going to be top down, but, and then this is TPP, but. Now, do I do the thing where top down is red and third person is white? Or do I keep them all both red? Is your desk chair a couch? I know it looks extremely confusing. Yes. Yes, it is. I'm sitting on a couch. Can't you force it to be all caps even if the source isn't? I can, but I'd have to change it up. It can't be directly from the inline text. Unless I can. I don't think I can. I'd have to set the text in the blueprint graph. Is that by choice or is it because of Game Dev Struggle City? I just like sitting on a couch. There we go. After a stream, he films exclusively casting content. Yep, I'm the camera guy. No, I'm only behind. I'm the director. I take that back. Well, let's end this conversation. End it now. End it. Hit the stop button. Hit the stop button. Oh. This put in the center. There we go. Don't do that. Stop whatever you're doing. Auto wrap? Stop that. Actually, you might want to turn that on. German. German. Am I right? Adds 500 words to like a simple sentence. Why is the button getting so big? I don't like that. I actually really hate that. There we go. Put this in the center. Why did the button get smaller? God, I hate these stupid buttons. Whatever, I'll just leave the pressed padding. All right. So now, when we push the button, we're not going to do any of whatever this is. Actually, yeah, I'll keep that. Hold on. Set bool cvar game dot third person mode. I don't remember. I'm sure it's something like this. Oh wait, I forgot. You can't do find in blueprints with a specific input. Ha 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 ha. Or maybe you can. Oh my god, why does this one work but the other ones don't? Okay, it's third person mode. You should add fourth person to the game? Alright, what would that entail? Alright, riddle me this. How the hell does that work? What the... TPP butt? No. We want to go to the top-down butt. No. Set the focus to top-down. Interesting. The buttons are not enabled. Let's disable both of the buttons. That's not it. So the player doesn't accidentally spam the press button and then they're like, there was a UI that popped up, now I can't see it anymore. Negative review. Doofus. When are we going to get the side-scrolling camera view? One of the levels does have a side-scrolling camera view, actually, as a matter of fact. Add first person in the game next. Brother, I'm just making a whole different game after that. Okay. So, let's test this out. Okay. All right. Okay. Do I do this in the level blueprint? Nope. No, I do not. I do it in the game instance. I do it in the game instance, apparently. I do it in the game instance. Where the fuck I am? Let's just spawn in the main menu. How about them apples? Where am I? Here I am. Construction. I hate comments. I'm sure some of you already know that, but I really hate comments like this because, like, then when you need to add something, you just fucking stretching everything, and it's disgusting and it's a waste of time. Place Cody. Don't remind me about that comment. Place Cody here. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Is there anything in here that's going to set the focus to the first button? Because I don't want that to happen. Reset focus. Yes. I just realized I haven't eaten anything today, and it's lunchtime. What? Oh, it's 5:30. It's second meal time. To do finish game. That's what I like. That's what I like to see. Welcome, Sue. How would you like to experience the game? Well, I'd love to. Okay. So it still works. The input still works. If I start with controller. Lovely. I love controller support. Event construct, force set focus to the top-down button. Oakley dokley, partner. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Is enabled. Is focusable? Yes, sir. Visibility not hit testable self only. What you mean to say? If I go left, we go down to top down button. If I go right, we go down to the TPP button. If I go up, down, next, previous, stop. Okay. Yeah, that seems about straightforward to me. So, why is it breaking? I think it's forcing the focus to the main menu. And I think that's what's going on. And I hate this. I hate this a lot, actually. This is making me very mad. Why is it I hit the down button and it does, oh, it's because my cursor's there. Ah. Okay. No, it's because when we do shit here, any key reset focus. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop that. For now, while I test this. Still not working. Where's the any key? Any key is in Here, any key. Any key is attached to any key. I know that sounds crazy, but it's attached to any key. Well, at least we got the Z order to work. Well, at least we got that, right, guys? Right. Right. What is widget blueprint main menu auto gen func? What the hell is this and what does it do? You have an override save pop-up, right? Has any user-focused descendants? Vertical box 26. What the fuck is vertical box 26? What? Why is it doing that? What the heck? Does not have any user-focused descendants. I hate this. New player pop-up. We're also going to have to assign continue button and clear this. Yep. This code is definitely something. Listen, it's gone through its paces over the past 4 years, okay? It's been through a lot. All right? Been through thick and thin. No. I'm sure. Reset focus. Well, we call this. It's checking that is not valid. Okay. This doesn't make any sense, man. Just hide the main menu. Well, I don't think that would work, but hold on. I don't know why why are the buttons disabled? Actually, you know what? Never mind. If the person slams A on their fucking, I don't care. It's not my fault. Is this using the right button? Yeah, pretty sure it is. Focus on hover. It's not default, so I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing. I just need to click left. I just need to click left. Maybe the pop-up animation of opening this. Maybe this needs to be delayed. Let's slap a delay in here. You know, fuck it. This is our fix. Here's my fix. Listen, that's my brain right now. Nice fix. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Thank you. Thanks. I hate controller support. Did I ever tell you guys that? Absolutely. Do these buttons even work? Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. Let's check. If I go here, does it show third person? Yes. If I go here and I choose top down, does it go to top down? Yes. Incredible. It works. Well, the buttons work. Now we just need to make it work in controller. And why is that giving me an error? I don't care. Yeah. You better ask this first time they start a mission. No, this is going to happen just on startup, and then the player can just switch it whenever they want to. And if they don't know where it is, then, I don't know, just write a negative review or something, I guess. I guess. Game abandoned. Don't remind me about that review. Has it been changed? No, we're at 72%. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, we have a negative review that said game dev abandoned game or some shit. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, it's whatever. Well, it's not whatever, obviously, but it's kind of like, you know, what am I to do? The hell am I to do? What am I to do? I wrote a dev comment and they didn't edit it. So, you know, such is life, I suppose. Okay, how do I make it so when this thing is in focus, the pop-up bar gets focused to the pop-up bar? I have an idea. We're going to do some really spaghetti code. Oh, wait, this isn't going to work. It's just going to keep setting top-down button to focus now. Oh! I'm so lazy that I'm just coming up with like the stupidest thing I can think of right now. Okay. Yeah. Then I go to the settings menu. Then I go to gameplay. And then I go to the bottom and I go, whoa. Third person mode enabled. Yes. That's the whole video game. What happened? We got a couple bugs still. Now play a level on controller. Third person on controller doesn't feel bad. It don't feel that bad. I did make it a little better. Like the auto aim feels not so bad. Oh, I forgot how to roll on controller. I think it's X. No, it's not. I think it's A. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. This is a new level? This is one of the new levels. Damn. Is there camera acceleration for controller? If you go to the very edge, it doesn't accelerate. Should I make that a setting? Is that a thing that games have? Is this my game? I guess, yeah. Did that guy just start T-posing on me? Yeah, usually? How does it function? Like, how does that work? How does acceleration work? Just a bullet. Like, the longer you hold it, the faster it goes? It speeds up slowly when you hold in a specific direction. The closer you get to the outer radius, the faster the camera moves, and you can provide... Well, it does go faster. Like, this is me just holding it slightly. Is this what you mean by acceleration? It's me going to the edge. But you mean, like, on top of this, it goes faster as well? On top of... aiming into... looking in a specific direction? That's just because I have really low sensitivity as well. Like, if I raise my sensitivity, it'd probably be easier for me to play this. It's just that this sensitivity also impacts mouse sensitivity. Which is kind of annoying, I will admit. So now it's a lot faster. But is there also an acceleration to it? The aim assist is a lot... I would say it's a lot better. Also in top-down. Oh, shit. Usually it'd be split. Oh, so there'd be... I guess I would make that a setting. I would definitely make that a setting that players can enable or disable. Oh, damn. The sniper is... Why did you get so close? Wait. I think grabbing an enemy on controller is a bit weird. Wait, is that just grabbing in general? Hold on. What happened to grabbing? I didn't even change anything about it. Where's my mouse? Where's... Where's my mouse, man? Bug grabbing enemy with Punisher suit in flip side level looks weird. Look at my cursor. My cursor is back. And now it works. What the shit balls, man? And now it suddenly works? I hate my job, I hate my job, I hate my job, I hate my job. You know, whenever somebody asks me, hey, how do I get into game development? I tell them, don't. Don't. Find a different software engineering job. All right, pop at the beginning of the game for first startup. The player wants to experience the game in top down or third person. Okay, so what we need to do... Do you guys think it was the new player pop-up that caused it to break? But we remove it from parent. Let's remove it from parent within here. I guess. This is why game devs prefer the lifestyle devlogs. Ah. I found a Reddit explanation for aiming session. If you want that for Halo Infinite, I assume it works the same in most shooters. Yeah, post it up. I don't know if you could post it in YouTube chat. Oh, dude, I completely ignored Flick. Is Flick in chat right now? I'm so sorry, man. Like, you like posted your code in Discord and I completely ignored that. Here, let's take a look really quick. So, what are we looking for? You're saying that you want a code review? Looks like code. There's my code review. It looks like code. Trying to get the camera to detach from player rotation unless I move, but it won't work. Trying to get the camera to detach from player rotation unless I move. Unless you move. Um... Grok, convert this to GD script. Grok, convert this to verse. Trying to get the camera to detach from the player rotation unless I move. See, this is where I think doing it in Blueprint first and then just converting it to C++ is just the best way to go, but I get it. What I would recommend then at that point is I would just probably manually set the... What does the camera look like? Is it a third-person camera? Is it a first-person camera? What kind of camera is it? Third person with a boom camera. Okay, so... unless you move. Want the character to move in the direction of the camera. Oh. That's actually not in the camera. That is a part of... where was it? It's a part of the... defaults, if I remember correctly. Was it use controller rotation yaw? I don't remember. Anybody remember? Use controller... Was that the setting for that one? I think... Is it on the movement component? Use controller desire rotation? No, that's not it. I'm pretty sure it's that one, right? If you you're saying when you turn the camera, you want the player to go forward in the direction of the camera. How are you doing your movement again? You're doing get control rotation. Getting control rotation. Wait, hold on. Rotator. I forgot. They put yaw in the middle. Fucking stupid engine. Stupid fucking code. Stupid idiot. Dumb idiot. Idiot stupid. Good. Why did they put the yaw in the middle? But then in Blueprint, it's on the third input. I think it's one of these booleans. No, I think it's literally just one of these booleans, and you at least have the basis of it going. I want to say it's use controller rotation yaw. Alternatively, let's see what you're doing for the forward direction. The forward direction is your yaw rotation. Just using X. I don't know what get unit axis is. I've never used that getter before. Can't you do get forward vector yaw rotation? And then right vector, it's get right vector. Wouldn't that work better? I don't know what get unit axis is. Because if this only gives you one axis, that might not be correct. Yeah, that might not be correct. Because if it only, I don't know how get unit axis works, but if it only gives you one axis, your forward axis could technically be in both directions of X and Y. Like 0.5, 0.5 if you're going in a specific direction. It's the explicit version of getting its forward right up vector. Oh, I see. God, I hate C++. When you use get forward on a rotator, it's calling this function internally. I see. It's the raw dog version of the thing. How you can rotate the camera around the character while moving, but it can snap to the camera position to change the character direction. You know how the camera works in WoW? You can rotate the camera around the character while moving, but it can snap to the camera position to change the character direction. I don't know how it works in WoW. The last time I played WoW, I was dreading it. I don't get it. Where's the lines between the nodes? Honestly, man, so true. Doesn't WoW work where while you're holding left click or right click, like then you do a different type of movement? Send me a video of what it's currently like and then what you want to do. But that being said, I'm not a C++ wizard, so I don't know. Get hazed. I ain't no C++ wizard. I'm a doofus. I use lines and nodes and shit. Look at me. Look at this. It's boxes and lines and shit. It's all colorful and stuff. It's got colors. Look at this. Red, blue. Borderline orange, I think. No, it's red. It's red. I'm not colorblind. But it is kind of starting to look like orange the longer I look at it. So you always see the back of the mesh while you're moving? Well, the problem is, Flick, is your character moving in the right directions, or is it just like the rotation's not being set properly? It could be anything. Most of it is just setting the boolean on the character movement component and the character. If you are using a character, which I would assume you are because you are using those nodes, which are specifically attached to, I think, the character, if I remember correctly. Some of these. Pretty sure add movement input is a character thing, not a pawn thing. I have no access to the x-axis with the camera. Is that the... So you can't look up or down. Oh, that's the problem. Motherfucker, why didn't you say so? Let's take a look at your code. So it'd be pitch input. Look axis dot y. Can you print string your look axis, Victor, to see if it's actually getting the right values? Yeah, try to log the .y and see if it actually... I don't know if this input component... You haven't taken a screenshot of the input component, so I don't know if this is potentially set up in a different way. This would be so much easier just in Blueprint. syntax developers when they need to literally make the simplest function. All right, guys, I gotta compile and make a coffee. Me when I do it. All right, I'm done. Mostly clicking. All right, I'm done. Wire. Couple more wires. Change a boolean in the fucking thing. Compile, done. All right, now I can get a coffee. But the difference is the guy's still making his coffee and the shit's not done and he hasn't tested it. My ass tested it, done, and I get coffee. Anyways, where the fuck I am? I gotta learn. No, I get you. What I do is I make it in Blueprint first, and then I try to convert it in C++. I learn a lot through converting it to C++. And then I probably get like 7 headaches anyways. Yeah, that's how it goes. I was doing that, and this time around, it didn't end well. Yep, that's how it goes. That's how the cookie crumble. Yep, that's how the cookie crumble. Where the hell do I spawn the widget blueprint? I don't know. Somewhere, probably. Where do I spawn it? Where do I spawn this? Probably on the main menu controller, which I think spawns after the game instance. And if that's the case, then we can do a getter to the persistent save. No, dude, just give it. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the save file. This is the last thing I'm going to do, and then I'm going to skedaddle. And I guess I'll see you guys on Monday. Or Sunday. Or probably Monday. I got to take this weekend to record the trailer stuff. In fact, I got to take the later today to record some stuff. Where am I? Chose initial perspective. Yep, I'm making a boolean for this. Yep. I don't care. Set shows initial perspective to true, and then save. Save game to slot, and it's going to be blocking just in case I don't cause a potential save load error. And this is persistent save, I think, or is it persistent slot, or is it persistent save? Yes. So now I click play. I hit third person. Then I exit, then I go back into play, and then it reappears. Access none trying to read property persistent save slot in the main menu? Oh no. The persistent save slot has not been created by this point? Shit. Time to add delays. I don't like doing this. It's still accessed none. Oh, wait. Never mind. Oh, God. It's got real messy around here. Okay. Ideally, you'd have an event for one shared design. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I would. Yeah. Some sort of dispatcher. Anyways, let's hope that doesn't cause any problems. I'll see you guys on Monday. Thanks for dropping by. 5-hour stream. You got way more than you should have gotten. Let's be real. But look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Crazy. Look at that. Small list. Smaller list. No longer feeding this list Viagra. We need to keep it small. So, see you guys on Monday. And hopefully this list is even smaller. And... never mind. Yeah. All right. Thanks for dropping by. See you guys on Monday. Take it easy. Have a great weekend. Yeah. Been sub to you for a long time, but today's first time coming in will be coming more from Monday. Hey, hell yeah. I hope you enjoyed. And hope everybody else did as well. Have a great weekend. I'm going to go figure out food. I'm fucking starving. I'm about to drop dead from hunger. Yeah. All right. Goodbye.